Alright. Okay. So, I suppose we can get started then. Okay. So this is Shadow Hearts from the New World. Pardon me? Oh. That's a good question. I have no idea, but well, if there's none, I'll toss a memory card in there and then we can figure it out. So, yeah. So this game is the third in the series for the Shadow Hearts series. It's, I guess people consider it more of a guidance chapter because it's not directly related to the first and the second game. But it does use the same concepts and the same battle system, just a little revamped. So let us begin. I guess count down to 3, 2, 1, go. So one of the big things that makes this game speedrunnable is the fact that we have cutscene skipping. So we're going to be skipping a lot of these cutscenes, but once this game gets started, there's not actually a lot of time to basically lounge around, because there's not much in terms of... there's stuff that's going on basically at every single moment in this game. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to change some options. So mainly just setting our message speed to the fastest, as well as memory cursor. And changing fusions to short. We actually won't be using fusions all that much, but they save enough time that's worth doing the menu. So the story triggers that we have to do, like any RPG, but for the most part, again, once the game gets rolling along, there's not a lot of downtime between. So the main thing that sets the Shadow Hearts series in terms of battle system that's different than most other RPGs is that in the Shadow Hearts series, whenever you execute a command, you have to do inputs on a circle, which will be now referred to as a ring. And if you don't hit the zones where the ring is, like the hit zones in the ring are, then the command does not get executed. So the way this game works is that there's also a red area in those zones called the strike zone. And when you hit your ring input within the strike zone, the effect and damage increases. So for this run, it's actually very, very important that you hit the strike zone as often as you can when it's needed, because that makes a big difference in the damage that you do, the amount that you heal, and so on and so forth. So missing strike zones is a very big no-no. I actually had to practice the entire day yesterday to get used to running this on the TV, because I use like an LCD monitor at home, and there's just a little slight delay. I have to delay everything by about half a second. So the ring inputs in this game, if you've played the previous two, this one is much harder because the zones are much tighter in general. So you have to be very, very on point and precise when you're doing rings. If you miss them, then you usually have to waste a lot of time just to get yourself back in a good position. So game starts us off with this guy, aka my boy, Johnny Garland. Wearing a yellow jacket just like I am. What a hero. So first we have to go inside his theater because Johnny is a detective and he's been able to receive an assignment to hunt the fugitive. So usually he just hunts cats, but now he's actually hunting a person, so he's excited.
Alright, let's do this. Yeah!
So I didn't hit the strike there because it's not needed to hit the thin thug. But the fat thug, you must hit the strike zone. And we're picking our targets based on the turn order. If I can sneak an extra turn in for Johnny, I will do so. But sometimes it's not possible, in which case targeting the thin thug is slightly better because he has a slightly longer attack animation.
Alright, let's do this.
Yeah, he runs around with a little puny knife. but he'll get an upgrade to his weapon soon enough. Don't mess with New Yorkers. That's the lesson that I have learned from playing this game. Yeah, they just run around in theaters looking for people. Well, actually, he was talking to the reporter outside, and the guy's like, "Yo, these thugs, like, they ambushed me." And Johnny's like, "Alright, let's go inside, because they're thugs." Then after he gets into a couple of battles, he's like, this is kind of dangerous. And he keeps walking right in.
Come on.
So you'll notice that within the ring, there's a part that's slightly shaded. So that zone is kind of like the fringe of the ring. If you hit something within the fringe, the damage decreases. So I want to hit it within, near the center. But in that case, because both enemies go at the same time, I did what's called a double in this game. So I'll go over that once I finish, I guess, the next battle. Because these formations, by the way, are random. If you have bad luck, they'll be very scattered. If you have good luck, you'll get stuff like this, and then you one-shot all of them with a single attack. So, during battle, there is a separate bar underneath each character's name that is kind of in a yellow-green shade, and that gauge is your stock gauge. So when you perform actions in this game, such as attacking, taking damage using items, actually, not using items, but casting general healing spells and whatnot, it builds the meter, and whenever you have a full charge, it allows you to do unique commands, which includes the combo option and the double option. So the double option is what it sounds like. It just lets you take a double turn. With double axe, sorry, not double turn. And the combo option lets you pass off a turn to another character that hasn't already received a combo turn. So these mechanics allow you to kind of pass turns repeatedly to the same character, as well as do more damage within your turn, or even heal and attack on the very same turn. The downside of using your stock gauge is that whenever you use a combo, the person who's receiving the turn takes a penalty for his next turn. And when you do a double, the double act is, you also take a penalty for the double acting, which is, I believe, a 33% decrease in your next turn. So you want to use these commands smartly, because you can't spam them. If you spam them and you don't kill enemies, then they'll be able to get turns much more than you. And the enemies in this game have a lot of offense, so it gets very, very scary very quickly. So I think this is a pretty good theater. So we're about to fight our first boss, but it's not with our boy Johnny. Maybe with somebody else. Alright, so you get control of a totally new character. This first boss fight is pretty simple, but it goes to show you kind of the demands that the game requires you to do. And that's not good. So, in order to get the fastest time in this fight, you have to hit every single strike zone. And since I already missed one, I know that I can't do it, so we're just gonna do secondary strats. Okay, well, she can crit twice. Ah, no. So, that's bad, because I'm not going to kill him. Oh, I can. Okay. I guess the crits did it. I've also had one run where I got all the strikes, and then I didn't kill the boss, which is also very confusing. But it happens. So I think that's about like a 750 or something, which is pretty good. Like my last couple of runs, I didn't get out of New York until like 8:20, which is like a minute slower than my PB, just because the formations you can't do anything about. So you get good formations, you can leave New York pretty quickly. So apparently the person that we were fighting with is called Shania, and she's the Harmonixer in this game, which is basically she can fuse into different creatures. And she's excuse me. She's accompanied by another guy called Nathan, who's like her guardian. So they're in the party now as well. And this system makes a return if you've played the previous Shadow Hearts. This is just a lottery. So the way the lottery wheel works is that whenever you press the button to stop the wheel, it'll spin for one more revolution and then a tiny little bit more. So you want to hit the marker when it comes down to about where you want it to stop. factoring in a little bit of a space for the, I guess, the momentum to stop itself. So we discovered that the guy who assigned us the Hunt the Fugitive is called Gilbert, and he apparently has an office in Arkham University. So now we're gonna hunt him down because Johnny's like, hey, this guy turned into a monster. You lied to me. So the characters in terms of stats, they're good at obviously different things. For the most part in the run, we're going to be using Johnny. He's going to remain in the party basically pretty much from start to finish. The other characters will swap around them for the most part, but again, they each kind of do their own separate thing. So I already talked about how Shania is the Harmonixer and she can transform to different monsters, but unlike Yuri in the first Shadow Hearts and the second Shadow Hearts, Shania is not as good. So we're not going to be using her past the midway point. There is an option to keep using her, though. It was part of the research that we did during the rerouting. And there's some benefits that Shania has over Nathan, but for the most part, we end up using Nathan in the current route. But Nathan's not going to be used for the first half, after this point, so he's not coming back in the party for a while. And that's, again, it's just kind of playing to their strengths. So we'll get to use him for a little bit. So the primary reason why we want to use Johnny, by the way, is because of his speed. Speed in this game is whatever the stated value you have in your stat plus 10, and then it's linear. What this means is that you tend not to get double turns as often as you would think because of the constant. And it's more up to kind of what the recharge rate is. But because getting the first turn is so important in fights that you basically want to stack as many people that are as quick into the team as possible. And because Johnny's faster, he will be able to cast the support buffs more often than the other characters, which will become pretty important. And for similar reasons, we don't use Shania later on, because Shania is unfortunately kind of slow. Okay, so now we can progress to the dungeon area. And you've seen me pick up a couple items here and there. For the most part, what I'm picking up is necessary. The route as of now doesn't really grab anything we don't need anymore. So it's been streamlined to kind of include only the necessary items. And there's another tutorial here, and it's important you skip this one, by the way, because if you don't, they will explain how to upgrade your Stellar Chart, which is the magic system in this game. And then they'll waste $500 for you, and you can't even use the upgrade they force you to take, so don't do it. Money in this game, for the most part, the first half is a lot more strict, second half is pretty lenient. We'll be getting most of our money through ring bonuses and hitting perfects and doing fights quickly. Certain boss fights, for example, also have bonus conditions where if you hit them, they'll drop certain items or give you more money. So you want to be precise as often as you can for this reason. So even though you can theoretically beat the game without using tighter ring commands, using standard rings and whatnot, it's very, very important if you want fast time in this game that you have to get good, so to speak. So don't be sloppy just because you theoretically could. You want to be precise if you want to be fast. So this guy gives us a pedometer, which is in every single game. And just like in every single game, we don't really use it. But I believe there's a route change recently in the first Shadow Hearts where they use the pedometer to get extra money. But yeah, we basically just take it and we're not going to use it. So in this area, there's going to be 3, I think, force encounters or 4 force encounters. And in each of these encounters, we want to finish it off without the enemies getting a turn. Because that will allow us to get a full stock gauge, because it comes with the bonus. So in order to do that, we want to make sure that we hit the strike on the Slug Shell ability for Nathan, because it's the only way to one-shot these enemies. So right there, I pass the turn off to Shania.
In battle, the one is
So that's one of the bonuses that you can get off these random fights. As long as you can eliminate them without them taking a turn, you get the bonus. And the turn order in those fights is always fixed, but the positioning is slightly different. So it is possible that you want to do different things, but for the most part, because the turn order itself is always going to be the same, you have some degree of knowing what you're walking into. There's also a talisman over here on the right. You won't see a marker for it, really, I think. So we grab the talisman because they're revival items, and as I mentioned before, the enemies in this game have quite a bit of offense. Should talk a little bit about the revival mechanics too, because it's a little different than in most games. Like if you played Final Fantasy like 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever, like when you die in those games, your timer for your, I guess when you get your next turn is reset down to 0. But in this game, it keeps track of an internal timer of where your character's turn position is. So it allows you to kind of sandbag effectively, as long as you have revival items. And in fact, if it wasn't because of that mechanic, it would actually make the game super difficult. So we will be using the talismans quite a bit during the course of the run. And unfortunately, the talismans cost $480, which is kind of pricey at this moment, so you want to pick up the ones that you can get your hands on.
I'm not afraid of you.
There are no prayers for the...
One of the problems in those fights is that the enemies can dodge. So if you're using a physical, it can miss, unless it's comboed into. So if you hit somebody with a combo, they'll be kind of in their flinching state. And as long as the enemies are in their flinching state, they can't dodge or take counters, which will be important as we come across those. So you could theoretically swap to having Johnny use spells or physically attacking.
What the hell? Who are you guys?
So if you use an attack and then it misses, you can lose your stock bonus, which is very, very inconvenient, but it can happen. Alright, so this is the third one. It's the last force fight. So one of the things that I'm also doing kind of internally is I'm keeping track of how much stock I have. Because what I want to do for this next boss fight that's coming up is I want to make sure that I have basically 2 bars of stock on all my characters. And stock management in this game is a skill you have to kind of learn on your own. Just because the random encounters, as well as what you can get hit by, and the way fights go will differ every single run. So you have to be able to kind of manipulate the stock gauge on your own and know kind of where your stock position is. Because even though there are penalties attached to the combo and double commands, they are very important for allowing you to finish fights quicker, because you can get more offense off, you can do more actions that can put you in a better position. So you want to be absolutely certain that you kind of know where your stock gauge is at and how to get it to certain points. As well as backups for if your stock gauge is not at the points where it should be. So the next boss fight that's coming up very shortly, I'm going to be going for a big combo finish using all 4 characters. And doing that will allow us to get a bonus, which is a weapon upgrade for Nathan, and that will save us $1,000. So it's not necessary to necessarily have it, but since you can save money with it, you want to aim for going for that. And we're also going to equip this cap that we got onto Nathan. Because the bosses in this game also have the ability to do doubles and combos. And one of the nasty things that the game doesn't tell you about is that the bosses in this game have a hidden recharge bonus, which means that they actually take their turns 50% faster. So you want to be sure that you're kind of not just focusing on what the turn order states, because it can change. So it's accurate up to a certain point. But after the first turn, they can react a lot faster than you think. Combo mechanics in this game are also different than from the second game. There's basically 3 hit zones, and you can manipulate which hit zone the enemy is at. And that tends to be the extent of the complications. So enemies can be on the ground, they can be, I guess, kind of standing mid-level, and they can be high into the air. And each attack has a designated hit area that they will target. So as long as you know kind of where your attacks are going, it's pretty simple to figure out whether or not something will combo or something will miss. Might be tight on this one. Okay, good. So 20 hit combo gives us the Schofield 2, which is the weapon for Nathan. And you really want to kill the boss of that combo because every single one of your characters is involved. So if you don't kill him, you're going to be eating a big turn penalty for like 3/4 of your party. Alright. So I think we're about 23 minutes in. The timer is a little off. I think it's because it doesn't factor into certain cutscenes or certain loading points. So it's not exact, but it's pretty close. But so far, run is going pretty well. You could get ambushed in the areas that I've been, namely in the Arkham Underground, and when you get ambushed, you just lose like a gazillion years. So that hasn't happened, which is good. Alright, and then we get another tutorial. So this one's regarding the hit zones on physicals and changing the ring hit area. So right now you've kind of seen how kind of big the hit zones are, And you might think, oh, well, this game's easy. I can hit those zones, no problem. But we're about to get an upgrade, so to speak. And everything is going to get a lot more dangerous. So that is the only hit area, or attack area, so to speak, we get. Each of those increases the number of attacks your characters will perform. And for every increase that you're adding on, you get an additional 10% damage bonus. But for the most part, we actually don't want to use the hit areas because you have to hit more perfects in order to get the same damage output. And I'll explain that, I guess, once we come across this. So after we've done that cutscene, we now have the option to adjust what our rings look like. There's also the option to change your rings to what the game calls a technical ring, which is basically what we're going to do for the entire party throughout the entire game. So technical rings decreases your hit zones by about 33% on each side of the ring. And it removes the fringe areas completely, so there's no fringe anymore. But because the zones are much more tiny, you have to be sure that, again, you're precise with where you're hitting your inputs. Because if you miss, it's a very big deal. So with physicals, to get the bonus, you have to hit the strike zones across all hit areas in the physical. And because the tech ring decreases the ring size to such a point that it's actually very difficult to hit multiple of them at the same time. For most characters, we're actually going to be reducing this hit zone down to like 1 or 2. Because in order to get the 44% bonus, which is the bonus you get on a tech ring instead of the standard 20%, you have to hit the strike zones across all the strike areas. So on a physical, that's actually really, really daunting. And it's really hard. One of the other things of the tech ring is that when you do a physical, normally if you miss an input, you carry out the number of attacks that you've properly inputted. But with a tech ring, you just completely whiff the entire ring. So I don't really need the discount, but whatever. Okay, now we sell everything. Nice thing is we also didn't have to use any talismans, so I don't have to buy any. We'll keep going. So now, we decide to take a detour to the Grand Canyon. Because, we need to kind of figure out where Gilbert is, because he wasn't in his university office. So Johnny's having his butler run the details. So in the meantime, Shania decides that they should go to the Grand Canyon.
Come on.
Which is why you're in the Grand Canyon now. There's a test that she wants to complete, so we have to go there. And by the way, you do have to inspect the murals, even if you know all the answers off the top of your head. You can't skip them, unfortunately. Okay. There's actually a trick there, because one of the other questions in that answer is 4, so I have to make sure I'm reading the question correctly. And unfortunately, 3 and 4 appear in both of those questions. This next one's easy, though, because the answer is either 4 or 7, and if 7 doesn't appear, then it's basically 4. And vice versa, like the opposite answer never appears on the other questions, so you know for sure what the answer is without even having to read it. One of the things I did back in the Ignorak fight, which is the fight we had in the Arkham Underground, is I also adjusted my stock levels such that Johnny has a bar left in stock. This will become relevant once we get to Chicago, which is going to be basically right after the Grand Canyon visit. Just goes back to what I was saying earlier about how stock manipulation is just something you have to learn very gradually through the run. And once you kind of know what you're doing, kind of know where you want your stock to be at various points in the game. We also picked up a pocket watch accessory. So because your commands are executed on the ring itself, there are many enemies in this game that will inflict status effects that change the way the ring is operated, so the pocket watch is actually a super important accessory. And it costs a lot of money to buy, so you never want to buy it. And since you basically get a free one there, you almost always want to take it. So no 4, that means the answer is 7. So coming to the third area. So this next boss fight that's coming up is actually probably one of the scariest boss fights in the entire game. So I haven't actually safety saved yet if you've been paying attention, but we will do this for the next battle because there's a good chance that you can lose if you mess up. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying about before with ring inputs and being precise. And that next fight, you have to hit about 70% of the strikes possible at minimum. So if you miss too many strikes, you'll probably end up losing. Because unfortunately, as part of the test that Shania takes, she has to do the battles on her own. So they're straight up duels. So you only have one character. And if you mess up a little bit, it can be absolutely disastrous. And unfortunately, Shania has just enough sanity to outlast the boss. So if you enter that fight and you mess up at some point again, it's usually fatal. So you want to be careful. Aggressive but not reckless. It's kind of the way it goes. And that question's sort of tricky. So, do a menu here, and then we'll safety save. And I actually asked Niram for a memory card that has no saves on it, because the amount of time it takes to load and save data is dependent on the number of save files that's on the game. So my stock position for this fight is actually not at the right point, because I actually want to end this fight with 60%, but my stock gauge is only about 40. So we're probably going to see a 5-round battle, assuming everything goes correctly. I messed up there. So typically when you finish this battle, it's always in this scenario where the next turn you're gonna die. So there's a way to get a 4-round finish, but I think this is a 5th round finish, I think? Or 6th round? We'll find out soon enough. 6, so sluggish, but the important thing is we didn't die. You're supposed to enter that fight at about 60% of your stock, and that allows you to get a 4-round finish. With a 4-hit ring area with physicals on Shania, it's possible to get a 3-turn finish, but it's really tricky. Like, you have to be super precise with everything. So, again, the important thing is we didn't die. I think right now we're about 34 minutes in, 33, somewhere around there. And we just always take this exit to the right when possible because it's shorter than going left. So, now we are in Chicago. So there's a battle coming up inside Chicago against a bunch of gangsters. Because this is 1920s America. So the gangsters actually hit pretty hard. And they can take quite a while if you haven't done the necessary preparations. So part of the process that we did was we saved the stock gauges on characters, so we can go into the next fight with our stock kind of intact, which will allow us to kind of blitz them down. Ah, bad. That's really bad, actually. I normally don't take that markup, but we're short money, so not getting that discount is not good. Yeah, I'm behind by like $600 or something. So Shania's fusions can be powered up just like they could in the first and the second game of the series. So we're going to do that right now, because she's going to need those additional options for the gangsters that are coming up. And the formations of the gangsters matters a lot too, because if you get the good formation, the battle is actually really short. But if you get like a bad formation and you haven't done the necessary prep work for it, they tend to drag on, because they can hit pretty hard. And they have annoying ring status effects, of course, because why not? So here we go.
I can't lose.
And yes, that is the size of the strike zones going forward. They're extremely, extremely tiny. I wonder if that's enough, because I didn't hit the strike on that. Hopefully it is. Okay, good. You also saw me change the ring for Frank earlier down to 1. That's to make that double a lot easier to hit. Because otherwise the double ring with the ninja star looks insane. And you'll notice that Frank's pretty much not in the turn order anymore, because we've been passing turns to him very repeatedly. These gangsters are weak to different elements, by the way, and the element that they were weak to is corresponded to the dress shirts that they're wearing. So these guys with the red dress shirts are actually weak to fire. Okay, that was actually really good. Excellent. So there's one formation that you can get where they're clustered together, and it's possible to eliminate 2 of them right at the start of the fight if Johnny has stock. That's part of the reason why going through Arkham at the very end in the boss fight, you want Johnny to have 1 bar left, because it lets you capitalize on the formation if you get it. And even if you don't, it allows you to eliminate one of them very quickly. So in the old versions of this route, we actually didn't really use Ninja Star, because we thought it was magic based, but it's not. It runs off Frank's physical, and it has a huge multiplier. So you actually want to use Frank for the duration that he's available, until you get your magic nuke, which is going to be what we use after we get that character. But for now, though, Frank is going to be carrying the team for damage. So this guy is a forced cutscene, and he tells you about the world of snap collectors. So Johnny actually has a camera with him, and we haven't used the camera yet because we don't need to, but during the course of this run we actually need to take some photos along the way and be a tourist. So we use the camera to take the shots, which gives us the photographs that we can trade in. And there's some very nice accessories that you can pick up from doing the side quests. So it's imperative that you absolutely get it, because those accessories also boost your damage. And if you didn't have the damage boosters, you'll be in a very, very tough spot, because most of the damage that comes out during the course of the run is very exact. Like, there's some bosses where it's like, if you don't do the stuff that you're supposed to, you're just not going to kill them. So you want to make sure that you also take the photos as a result. Oh yeah, there's a giant talking cat in our party now. And she drinks alcohol. She's also Al Capone's second in command. I like to believe that this is what happened in the real world. Oop, I forgot I had control there. So now we just do some story triggers, and then we have to bust Al Capone out of prison. Because Frank asks his master, which is the giant talking cat, also called Mal. And she's like, well, I'd love to help you, but we get Al Capone out of prison first. So Johnny's like, okay, sure, let's bring a gangster out of prison. Also picked up a couple of lottery tickets along the way so far. So we need to do another lottery later on for an accessory. And getting that accessory is also absolutely imperative. So you pick up enough of them during the course of the run that you typically won't lose your run because you messed up the ring. But there's been a couple of close calls before, so I'll probably save before I do that ring as well. Alright. I did get the Rage Stellar right, okay, yes. If I didn't have the Rage Stellar, I would be in trouble, because we need it for the boss. So going into the Alcatraz prison, I'm going to swap charts from Johnny to Frank, because we did that swap actually back in the very second boss fight in Arkham. And the reason why you want to do the swap is because we have to fight some security guards before we can get into the actual prison itself. And if you don't swap charts, Johnny rams straight into their elemental resistance. So you want to swap the charts to avoid that. You also do not do any of the stellars and moving them around. Basically, if you can swap charts to do all your stellar menuing, that's much more preferable, because it's a lot faster than having to move individual stellars. Also, as you might have noticed, there is a repeated theme of Johnny getting stopped by doors. Pretty much every puzzle in this game is because Johnny can't open the door. Alright, we're in. And we get our first gangster fight. Well, not gangster, sorry, prison guards.
I'm not against using violence.
You really want the Schofield 2 here too, by the way, because having that equipped, even if you don't get the strike on the Evil Eye for Nathan, he can still one-shot them, like 70% of the time. As long as he's at the right level, of course. So you don't do really any grinding during the course of this run, which is why once it gets started, you're basically constantly doing stuff.
Let's go.
Got the bad formation. Of course. Oh, this would be interesting. Okay, good. So, certain formations that the gangsters load out with allow you to take out groups of them at once, but in this case, I got the one that you can't. Oh, of course. Which means this is a lot slower than what it could be. One of the ways you can do that certain formation is you can have Nathan combo into one of your other characters, but because Nathan doesn't have stock right now, I don't really get that option. So I have to pick up those treasure chests as well because they contain seals. So seals in this game are basically stat boosters, and unfortunately you do have to use them, even if you want to be a purist, because otherwise certain fights are just way too dangerous, and some of them you can't even do without the seals. So you have to absolutely pick them up. So now that we get the giant big cat in the team, we can actually swap party members out. And because he doesn't, or rather she doesn't trust us with Al Capone, she's like, I'm gonna take over. And I'm gonna set up the party such that Frank's on the very edge of the team. This will allow me to do one of the menus coming up afterwards a little bit faster, because it automatically kicks the person in the very right-hand side off the team. So we'll stop using Frank at that point. So I want to build some stock before going into the boss battle in this area. So I want to use these seals on Shania because she will need them coming up. And this will allow me to use the other characters to try to build stock. Bad. So now we get to see that guy act as well. Hey, that's actually good. So Mal needs to get attacked once in order to build a stock bar in this fight. So whether that actually happens or not is totally random. Should still be enough. Yeah, because we got 3 strikes of Shania. Alright, so we have our stock bars ready. The way the boss of this area works is that he has a behavior pattern where as long as somebody on the team has stock, he will repeatedly try to remove it from your characters. So it seems kind of weird that we want everybody to have stock because that makes it such that we can't really control where his damage is going. But we're going to do a couple things that why we set it up such that we have all the stock in the world. And primarily we're going to be using Frank. As I mentioned, Ninja Star has a big multiplier. So we're going to be repeatedly passing turns off to Frank. And we're going to be using as much of our stock as possible and hopefully kill him before, like, he takes too many turns altogether. But we're also going to be equipping an accessory called Spikes. Oh no. That is really bad. So I might lose all the stock that I have because the game's a jerk. I could also die. It's also possible, I suppose. Come on. Alright, good. So that tree enemy that attacked me at the end, he can target your stock bar. So if he does so, it's not very fun. Specifically, he has an attack called Red Nova, which you also have. And Red Nova, when it's cast, will remove stock on hit. Always a full bar. So the fact that he didn't use it is good. The fact that he went last is also good, because that means that he probably pushed characters out of the way that could get hit by it. So if he ended up hitting me with it, I'll have to go back to using old strats, which are much slower than using Frank as a blitz cannon. So the strategy that I mentioned beforehand is very much a case of pretty much hoping everything goes well, not screwing up any of the inputs, because if you don't kill him, you're in big trouble, because you're just taking so much in terms of recharge time for turn penalties that he probably gets like 3 or 4 turns in a row before you can act again. Which will just absolutely murder you. And this dungeon is actually kind of short, because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to run around these jail cells talking to different people to figure out the combination at the end. But the combination of the breakers is always fixed, so it's the same puzzle every single time. So if you know what the combination of switches you need to flip is, you don't have to talk to anybody other than that guy to get the insulating sheet to get out of the metal detector. Sorry? Oh, okay. I can't hear very well actually when I have the headphones on. It's important you hit the right switches too, by the way, because if you exit out of this menu before hitting all the right switches, you get into a forced encounter that you can't escape from. Yeah. Crap. Okay, and I'm gonna save here as well, even though theoretically I don't need it. Just that there is a chance that I can wipe, so let's make sure that that doesn't happen.
Bring it on.
That's not good. Also not good. Wow. Okay. Not hitting anything right now.
Here we go.
Okay, good. It's a little scared there, but anyways, that's what the new shot kind of looks like.
Dave, you're the joke.
Not exactly the best way of pulling it off, but it works for what it is. So in the optimal scenario, he gets like one turn, and then you just splits him down. The old versions of the route, you used to kind of use Shania as a tank, and then just slowly kind of worked around his HP. But because we now know about the power of Ninja Star, we just straight up take him down with all the characters. It's why you end up having everybody with having stock in that fight now, instead of just one person to control where his damage is going. So ideally, you don't end up using Shania's stock, since she's supposed to draw the boss's attention. But because I knew that I could kill the boss with the next combo, I can choose to spend the stock that way, and just use it as a finisher. That's also kind of be a little bit of a recurring theme, of knowing when to go in for the finisher to end fights off before they take longer, which can sometimes leave you in a precarious position if you mess up. So, rule of thumb for this game is to not mess anything up, basically. So we're about 58 minutes in, which is about 2 minutes slower than what my PB is. Oh yeah, there's more giant talking cats. So Mal's a movie buff. She insisted that we stop here so she can talk to her colleagues. So each character also has their own kind of individual character quests that lets them develop new skill sets. But for the most part, we pretty much don't use any of them. So we don't do any of these quests at all. The only one that we kind of dip into is Hilda's. And that's because it's absolutely necessary to get one of her skills in order to finish the game. And because you have to do those, well, the game has to explain the quest to you. You can't skip parts of the tutorial. So you have to watch those. So now, we are in Roswell. Good old Roswell. And in case you're wondering why we're here, it's because we spoke to people, and they told us basically that, oh, well, Professor Gilbert actually works at Roswell, and he has a colleague there. So it's like, okay, let's go in, because we have to figure out where he went. Of course, it's guarded by guards, so Johnny's like, dang, we can't go in. So almost close to getting locked up by a door. I think this is the only time where it's not a door that he gets stuck by. Mashed too hard there. So this game also kind of reads your inputs a few frames ahead of time. So if you mash too hard, then you can end up confirming stuff that you don't want to. So we sneak aboard the truck in a very cartoon-like fashion. Just climb in the back seat and then they won't notice us. So this is another kind of shortest dungeon. And the thing with this dungeon is that you're supposed to walk around to figure out how to open each of the doors with the different key cards. But if you know where you're going, which card goes where, it's very, very short. And right off the bat, this guy's gonna give us the first key card, because he thinks we're here to test their security system. And we get Hilda into the party now. So Hilda's pretty much the most important character on the team. And before we can do that, we also have to name this guy. But no matter what you name him, he will always be called Roger Bacon. And yes, his last name is indeed Bacon. Okay, let's confirm that. So having set up the formation previously in Alcatraz in that specific order means that I don't have to fumble around with swapping characters out, which makes it a little bit faster. Not by much, just minor optimizations. Okay, so we go back here to pick up the second key card. So Hilda has a separately tracked stat, so to speak, in-game, which is her calorie meter. So she changes forms depending on where the calorie meter is at. So when it's above, I believe, 11, she takes on her curvy form, which is the form you see right now. If it's below negative 11, then she takes on her slim form, which is what you're going to see in the boss fight. And if it's between 11 and negative 11, she reverts back to her true form, which is a vampire bat. So this will be important later down the line, but because each of Hilda's forms can do something different, she's very, very central in order to finish the game as quickly as possible. Like, all the other characters, you can probably swap out and use different ones, but Hilda has to absolutely be within the party. There's just no way to finish the game without Hilda. And we're gonna grab the third key card down here. And now that we have all 3 key cards, we can basically open every door except the boss room. So you need to try to use the key cards to figure out what the password is by talking to the different scientists. But similar to the breaker puzzle, it's fixed every time. And there should be an encounter coming up right on schedule.
Come on. Yeah.
And because Hilda is so central to the team, we're gonna basically drop all our stat boosters on her. And I really wanted the +3, but whatever, +2 is okay. Okay. So we have to input a password. And the password's always going to be little gray man. Again, you're supposed to walk around to try to figure out what the passcode is, but since it's fixed, we can open the door straight away. Okay. Do a shop here, and then we have to do stella upgrades. How many talismans do I have? Stock up, I guess. I'm actually a little worried because I'm really far off what my point score should be, so I can't get as big of a discount that I'm normally supposed to get. But hopefully it's alright. So, these stella upgrades you have to do during the course of the route, but they're a little lenient in that you don't have to do them all at once. And because some of the stuff that we want to get is going to cost a lot of money, you can kind of wait or hold off on some of them if you can't afford all of them yet. Okay, I'm going to do a menu here, so I might as well. That should be everything, I think. I'm gonna save here as well, because there's a chance that this fight can go really badly. So the AI of this boss, he won't use his big cannon attack unless he uses a double. So you want to primarily take away his stock bar while you're stalling and trying to get Hilda set up. So a lot of these boss fights, now that we have Hilda in the team, it's pretty much going to be we're going to buff Hilda, and then we're going to basically make the boss explode by casting a spell. And this is bad opening, because I absolutely do not want to see him use a double. I should have cast a cure, whatever. So this spell we're using, called Entrance, will power up the next spell that you do by almost double the damage. So it is very important that during the course of the run that you use it. And then, just make sure you don't miss the ring.
Pretty girls have fun. I'll tie you up nice and tight.
So I don't need to strike there.
Have fun. I'll tie you up nice and
So knowing when to hit the strike is important too, because then if you know that you don't need it, you can hit the ring a bit earlier and save a couple of frames. So that's like a 4th turn? Yeah. It's possible to get like a 2-turn fight, but you need to get like a good opening. And having Johnny go first and nobody else is kind of bad, because you have to use Red Nova to take away its stock, and Red Nova has a slower recharge time. So if you actually had a little bit of stock there, you will want to use Hard Hit instead so Johnny can recover faster. But not having stock means that I had to use Red Nova, because you don't want to give that boss a double. Like the main reason why you end up losing that fight is because he keeps using his cannon, which can paralyze you. And paralysis in this game works the same way as if you were dead, so you have to make sure that you recover people from paralysis as well, so it can get pretty annoying. So, talking to the Professor Dude in Roswell lets us know that Gilbert basically took a leave of absence and he's heading to Chichen Itza. So Johnny's like, okay, we're gonna go after him. But his butler Lenny tells him that they need time to prepare the boat. So for now, we are back in Johnny's residence. And that right there is just explaining the calories for Hilda. I'll spoil it for you though. Hilda's gonna be in her magic or slim form for about a good 90% of the game. So, old Red we used to actually use Curvy Hilda towards the end, but we don't do that anymore. So Curvy Hilda only appears during a very short time in Roswell. However, when you decide to pick Chichen Itza, surprise, you're actually in the Caribbean. You might be wondering, wait, how did that happen? Apparently our boat got hijacked by pirates. So this interrogation scene actually happens across all 3 games. And depending on how you answer the questions, you can get different prizes. But for the purposes of the route, you basically just have to mash the X button. So you want to be as truthful as possible. So you can give 3 responses. You can be truthful, you can lie, or you can tell a mixture of lies and truth. But we need to always tell the truth, because doing so gives you a 3rd key item, which you need for the end of the game. And who you pick for the interrogation doesn't matter. It's strictly dependent on what your responses are. But you always want to pick Johnny, because Johnny requires the least amount of inputs.
Ooh, more honest than I.
You don't have to look for challenges in something like...
Okay, next question.
You have to actually remember to pick up the 3rd key as well. I think LCC mentioned he did one run where he forgot to pick up the 3rd key. And then he had to fight one of the bosses in the gate without it. which is just absolutely
We're not going
terrifying.
anywhere like this. Well, let's finish this off.
So the key items, what they do, is they allow you to attack physically multiple times. And the amount of times you can attack corresponds to the number on the key. So a third key lets you attack 3 times in a row.
You're kidding, right?
So right now we're not really using physicals because magic is strong enough. It's AoE.
Laugh like that.
It can hit weakness. There's a bunch of benefits to it. But later on in the game, towards the end, we want to be going physical. And it's primarily because of the key items.
That's enough.
Since we get a very limited number of them, we have to figure out where we want to use them. And it turns out that they're all best used during the gate, just because the gate is very, very dangerous. More on that when we actually get there. You have to wait for about another 2.5 hours before you see what I mean. But these pirates are not very good pirates because they left all our stuff just outside the door. So we have all our gear again. So let's pick up the third key. And then on to the story triggers. So talking to these pirates kind of reveals that Short Pirate is actually their leader. And we also find out that apparently there is a shrine at the very back of the of this area. So at first, we're only interested in getting off the island. But once we figured out that these guards are basically protecting the way to the shrine, Shania decides that we should go into the shrine. So now we have to find a way to get around the guards without them noticing us. Although they're not very good guards because they don't even do patrols, they just stand there. And then there's this guy who's literally napping on the job. So Johnny basically tells him, well, just tell your boss that you had something busy to do and you can keep napping. And he's like, hey, good idea. He goes right back to sleep. So there is a forced encounter on the ship that appears, and depending on how the formation loads out, it can be either super fast or it can be awful, awful slow. This is also a recurring theme for many of the forced fights in the game. So now that those guards are on their way for lunch, we're gonna sneak into path to get to the shrine. So that cutscene is just kind of the little pirate figuring out that we've gone towards the shrine. And because our characters can't jump over like 2 centimeters, we have to do a puzzle to get our way to the shrine door. So the Guardian in this area is very similar to the one that we did in the Grand Canyon, where Shania has to do the battle alone. So if you've been watching this run up until this point, you've noticed that we used a couple of seals on Shania. And that's primarily because she needs the extra defense going into the fight. If she doesn't have it, she can get killed by a crit. It's, as it is already kind of tight in terms of defense. So you absolutely need to drop the seals. And because it's so exact, you also have to make sure that Shania didn't die in any of the fights beforehand, because then she'll be short levels. So here's another shop. We'll buy 2 silk shawls. think I already have. Yeah, okay. Alright, I have enough Thera seeds. I need a Western belt though. So just swap some accessories and getting ready for the fights. So you absolutely want to make sure you have the pocket watch on Shania because the Guardian can inflict the ring status effect called Fake Ring. And Fake Ring basically adds it changes the shape of the ring completely and adds one hit zone that's completely, well, if you hit the button inside that zone, it counts as a miss. So it can mess you up really, really badly because, not just because the shape of the ring completely changes, but because the fake ring area is hard to detect. It's based on the shading, but because you don't have much time to determine which one's fake and which one isn't, it can get really tricky. So these fights normally we would try to drop the seals on Hilda, but because I already used them back in Roswell, I don't have to worry about that. Johnny, please. The other thing I did was I added a ring status effect item onto Shania's attack. So she has about 20% chance to poison the target. And it doesn't sound like it's very good odds, and it isn't, but it's relevant several times throughout the run that if you can get poisoned to actually land, it should speed up some fights. And because it was so kind of on the way that you didn't have to really take a detour or anything, you pretty much always want to grab it. Okay. Then once we activate the wheel on the ship, it'll change the direction of the rudder, and then we can walk into the shrine. Even though, you know, they could theoretically just jump over the little gap, but nope. I also equipped the mirror bracelet on Hilda, and that's just because the dudes in this force encounter can petrify you. So you don't want your damage cannon to not be available. And you can get good formation or bad formation. See which one we get. Alright, we got a good formation. Sick. So this should be fast.
Pretty girls have thorns. I'll tie you up nice and tight.
So casting Surge just makes it such that I don't have to worry about hitting the strike zone. If that fight goes badly, they'll start petrifying people and taking multiple turns, and then you lose like 2 minutes just because the formation is bad. But yeah, we got a good one, so we're on our merry way. Okay, Shania's healed. I'll make a save here. Again, I shouldn't need it, in theory, but let's just be safe. Because unless you play absolutely suicidally, this fight is typically pretty easy. So the strat that we're using is actually not the absolute fastest strat. This is because the absolute fastest strat requires you to hit strikes on everything. And if you miss even one strike zone, you're dead. So we're not doing that. You can use Thera leaves, but the seed will always heal you to max HP, so you don't have to worry about hitting the strike zone there. So it has 310 HP. That should be enough unless she misses. Okay, she didn't. So that's standard of how it works. The alternative method, with the fastest method I was mentioning before, what you do is you buff Shania with Arc Rage, and then you do a standard attack and then a double attack immediately after. On the double, you have to hit all the strikes. Actually, you have to hit all the strikes on everything. And if you do that, then you do about 320 damage, and the boss has 310 HP. So it will kill the boss, but if you miss even a single hit area, like I was saying, well, your ass is going to get handed to you on a platter. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you're really good, you can go for it. And I've done it before, and then LCC chewed me out for it. Like, why would you do that? If you miss the ring, you basically get killed. So, like, if you're really behind, you can try going for it, I guess. And it saves, like, a couple turns. But you don't really want that as your standard strategy. Okay. So, we are off to the not to the Caribbean, sorry. We're off back to Vegas because, Al Capone's looking for a sister. And, one of the gangsters from Al Capone's crew came to look for Mao, and they're like, we need your help. So Mao's like, sorry, I have to go back and take care of some business. So Johnny's all like, alright. So that's why we're back here now. And then the pirates just let us go, because, I guess they're friendly pirates. So Vegas is actually really interesting. It's basically a part of the run where you do a bunch of fights. And having good ring precision is super important because it cuts down on the amount of time you can potentially lose. So the formations are varying at various points. So there's never really a set way to kind of do it. But we do have some spells with us which we're going to be using. And we're primarily going to buff up the stellar charts as well. What that will do is it will allow us to take out certain formations. With Johnny, that's normally not possible, and he'll one-shot all of them. So this used to be a lot harder, but the rerouting allows us to get some free items along the way, which gives us more money. So that, in turn, allows us to get upgrades that are normally a little bit farther out of the way or tighter on the money scale. But even with those, it's still a little tight. So you want to make sure you're hitting as many of those bonuses as you can. So that extra pocket watch I picked up, I might also decide to sell it if I need the cash. So pocket watch is good for many things. You can sell it if you need to, and hold on to it, and it can guard status effects for you. So that's another seal. We're gonna have to use that as well. Let's see what I can buy. I did that early because I want to get the extra bonus. Normally you would buy everything kind of at the same time. Okay, we should be good. We'll come back and do more if we really need to, but I should be okay. Just give Hilda the pocket watch again. So the gangsters here can also inflict ring status. And one of the worst ring status in the game is the Fickle Ring, which will actually randomly change the speed of the dial as it's going through the ring. So it is by far the worst ring status that you can get hit with. Really? Sure. Good. Actually, pass to Hilda. Why? Oh, let's hope I don't wipe. Nice.
Can't take anymore.
This is pretty bad. Pretty bad. I got it back under control. That was a little too close.
I feel like I'm gonna cry.
And that's actually not that great, because now Johnny's level is out of sync. So that took like ages. It's also a very good sign that this Vegas is going to be kind of crappy. Because the most amount of time you can usually save comes from the first fight. But not wiping is a little more important, so... And I'm just going to stop by the shop and buy a talisman back. So I want to have a minimum amount of talismans in my inventory for bad situations in case they happen. The way this dungeon works is you need to grab the corresponding key card to get to the next area. And it's a lot of fights, basically. Hello? Okay, I'm gonna save here after that disaster. You're lucky to get out of Vegas by 150. I guess it's probably gonna be like a 152 or something. Wow. Alright. Nice turn order.
Hip-hop, take this!
I also really don't want to fuse, but sometimes you can hit groups as a result, and on a bad turn order case like this, it pays off. Because you can just get rid of clumps of enemies. Also, I have to take photos.
Look over here.
So this is one of the enemies that I have to take photographs of. You want to start taking photos when it's safe, basically. And since I've eliminated most of the gangsters, it's pretty safe.
Okay, look over here. Smile and say cheese. Take that.
Don't need to strike.
Damn, can't take anymore.
Stop dying, Johnny.
Here!
Okay. So I don't want Johnny's level to be set farther back than it already is, so I have to res him. And we get the last party member after this cutscene.
I can't lose.
Alright, that gets rid of all of them at once. And it's why you want that upgrade. So, in the old days when we didn't always do that upgrade, those fights would take quite a while, because Johnny doesn't have enough power to really one-shot the enemies. Alright, so we get Ricardo now. Okay, good. This one. Alright, so all that is just set Ricardo up so he has the stellars that he needs, as well as the ring that we want, and then healing mana so we can get through the rest of this area.
Hip-hop, take this!
Okay. Ah, that's bad. I really don't like Evil Shade because it takes away stock. And we really want stock for the end of this dungeon. Alright. So, a couple more gangster fights, and starting at this point, I'm going to basically not use stock if possible. Because I want to conserve as much stock as I can for the boss battle. So up until that point, I was pretty freely using my stock gauge, but now we're gonna hold off on using it for as long as we can.
I won't show any mercy if we get in my way.
Hip-hop, take this!
Okay. Good.
Don't ever.
All right. So yeah, we run all the way here just to pick up another room key. To allow us to access another level of this stupid hotel. So far, this hotel, this Vegas, has been kind of poor.
Step aside, you're in the way.
Probably lost a little over 2 minutes, I guess. That first fight was just absolutely nasty. Sometimes you just have the best luck in the world and you get to go before anybody else. And eliminate all of them, because the game gives you the God formation.
I'll take you out.
So that's a survival rule.
Niistä ei voi
Ricardo doesn't always one-shot that guy with a physical, but it's worth going for because it's faster than casting magic. Excuse me. Alrighty then. I think I have like a bar on everybody for stock, which is okay. I mean, ideally you get into the boss area with 2 bars. But you pretty much have to like not touch your stock gauge. So we make a detour into this room, which is what your room key allows you to open. But there's a spell called Arc Barrier by the plant, and you'll want that spell when we get to the gate. So, one more fight.
Bring it on!
Alright. Good enough.
Gracias.
And we're at the door. I don't think I need to do anything. I sold the silver bracelet because I didn't have money. So. This fight, with all the stock that we've been building, this boss doesn't target your stock gauge. And she doesn't use her stock until she reaches 2 bars. But the gold strat we're going to use is we're going to hit her with one really big spell, then we're going to do a big combo to kill her. See how it goes though. I had to do some improvisation during practice before from missing ring inputs. So I did what's called seal cancel with Hilda, just to realign my turn order. So seals in this game have an extremely fast recharge time, but the recharge rate is applied before the action is executed, so you never will actually want to use the seal. And that's bad. How about the recast? Short like 40 damage. Ah, of course. might be short damage now. So that's a big difference. Ah, no, bad. And I'm gonna pay for that. Pretty badly too. Oh, I have no MP. Should still be enough. Yep. That was awful. But we made it! So, lots of bad things happening there. Missing that combo ring was pretty irregular, because they're really easy to hit normally. But I just so happened to smash the space between the square button and the X button, so it read it as an improper input. Yeah, we're like 151. Okay, now that we're in the place we're supposed to be like 2 dungeons ago, after all the detours that we made. We have to take photos here too. And I'm also going to use that safe one after the shop. Probably have to sell a pocket watch, is my guess. Sell this. Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough money. So we have to get another Stella upgrade here. That's just to make it such that it'll do more damage to the boss in this area. But it also has a nice effect of remaining relevant later on, so you really want to get that upgrade as well. And we're going to change one of the nodes on Capricorn, so Ricardo has everything he needs. Alright, let's get going. So we have to take 3 photos of a monster called the Eliops. And when you're taking these photos, you want to kind of be an opportunist. So what this means is you want to take the photos when you have a good turn order. Otherwise you want to run away. So you don't want to be lingering around or trying to fight them. Like there's only reason why you would get into a battle and then be forced to fight them is if you're at the end of the dungeon and you still haven't gotten the photographs, in which case you can take 3 photographs of the exact same enemy, and it will count. So you typically have enough time, but sometimes the formations are not very good. And then you have to weigh the cost of whether or not it's worthwhile trying to go for it.
Okay, look over here. Smile and say cheese.
And this is kind of starting the point of the run where you really want to be healing to full after every encounter. Because the monsters just start getting way too dangerous. Nice, I got stuck in a wall. So we picked up a Evil Shade, Stellar, and a Seal of Speed there, both of which are very important. So speed gives us a greater chance of getting the first turn, which, as I mentioned very early in the run, is pretty critical. And the Evil Shade Stellar is a tier 2 dark magic spell, which is going to be used pretty much for a good chunk of the run. The only other thing you need to be aware of when you're taking your photos is the formation of the enemies changes the position of where the Elliops monster is. So you can't just mash the button, you actually need to kind of read where your cursor is. Because if you take a photo of the wrong enemy, it's a huge waste of time. Alright, step on this switch, open this door. So while you only need to grab the skulls in order to advance to the next area, there's a lot of good stuff here. So we'll be opening various doors to pick up all the stuff that we want to get. And we're not fighting that one. So typically if I see more than one enemy getting a turn, or Johnny's turn is very far back, or you get into a situation where the enemy goes first and they already hit you, or if the enemies have stock, those are all good reasons to not take fights.
Have a listen to this hot bed.
I want the +3, but it's fine. The really annoying thing about this part is that you don't really get to control kind of what your stock looks like. Like, some of the enemies will target your stock gauge, some of them won't. And then if you get really good luck and you take all the photos before running away, then there's a chance that you won't even get into any encounter and build any stock after the fight with the last boss. So, as a result, it kind of changes the position of where you're going to be at when you fight the boss in this area. Because you basically want to do the same type of strategy against this boss, which is you want to do one really big hit and then go for a big combo. In the old world route, we used to just try to poison him off 20% chances, because the boss has so much HP. But it's faster to do the dual entrancing method, and Shania already has dark attacks on her fusions, which makes this actually rather nice. But the problem, again, is that you don't know what your stock position is going to look like, so the big combo I mentioned at the end there is kind of all improv on whether or not you can actually do it. And you really want to avoid, you really want to do the big combo there, because if you drop the boss to a certain HP range, he'll cast Barrier on himself. And since all your good damage is magic, it basically takes a chunk of your magic damage. So you don't want to give him a chance to cast it, but sometimes you really don't have that option. Of course, you want to avoid cases where he gets stocked to W, because
Let's do this.
that will get you murdered. And the menu that's coming up, we're going to do several things, which is we're going to equip Hilda with the face guard. And then she's going to swap that. And she's going to equip the Warlock earrings, and Johnny's going to equip the Blood Jewel. Then we got to do a bunch of Stellars. Just we get to slot the Evil Shade, and then Johnny gets to equip this doohickey, the Art Cure. Ricardo gets the Art Heal. And then we have an extra raise up that can go to Hilda. And I'm gonna move the poison effect onto Ricardo. So, Shania's time in the party is almost done. This is actually the last fight we need her in. Incidentally, this is also the last battle we do in North America. Well, theoretically speaking. And then you get to the second half of the game. So usually you get to this point about exactly 2 hours into the run or so. And this run, typically, if everything goes well, is about like a low 4, so this is literally the halfway point. Ah, of course.
Hip-hop, take this!
God dang it. That's really, really bad. The good news is, though, this is, for this boss, you can only use it once per battle. So, we don't have to worry about that again. Yo, nice crit. And rip stock. That's what I mean by there's no telling whether or not you can actually do the thing that you want to do. That was way off.
Hip-hop, take this!
instead.
Take this!
So I had to kind of improv my way there. Because he used the physical that took away Shock, Stock, and Shania. So I couldn't really do the big combo, I just had to kind of figure out what to do there. So I also used the Seal Cancel to position Ricardo's turn immediately after Johnny's so I can get the Entrance off. Alright, now we're in Rio de Janeiro. Because that's where the bad guys are. And we decide to chase them. But first, we have to pick up some items. Time to do a trivia. So, I hope you've been paying attention to this game, because there's a bunch of questions that they're asking. So the answers will change positions, but the questions is from a pool of questions that is possible. Most of them aren't actually too hard, but there's a couple of tricky ones in there. There's the microphone color and the color of the truck. Where's the save point? Here we go. I'm just gonna save here because I mentioned that it's possible to screw up the lottery. Even though it's very, very slim, I'm not taking that risk. Because that would be the stupidest way to lose a run. So you absolutely have to hit this lottery as well. But you have like 5 chances, so you have to screw up really catastrophically. It's once. Second try. So that gives us the Magic Mind's Eye. And then those 3 photographs we took back in Chichen Itza gives us the regular Mind's Eye. So both of those items do a similar thing, just that one's for physical and one's for magic. So they're accessories that you can equip onto your characters. And it changes, or rather it removes the hit zone of the ring. So it's not there anymore. The dial is still there, which is good, but you don't see the hit area. And those items are a crucial part of the run. You absolutely must get them, because otherwise boss HP is just too high for you to chip through, and you don't have enough durability to really outlast them. Oops. So gonna get this upgrade for Johnny here. And what that will do is it will give extra 10% damage boost. So Johnny needs to be actually level 18 for it to matter, but I'm gonna get it anyway. Because there's a chance that Johnny is going to be at level 18. Because there's 2 force battles in the next dungeon, which can be kinda dangerous. But if Johnny has the correct level as well as the 10% bonus, he will have enough power to one-shot those enemies. Which is nice, because Johnny's also pretty fast. So if you take them out, they don't get a chance to potentially screw you over. So now that we're in South America, the game is kind of shifting gears. So every battle you've seen beforehand, you could die in, but the chances are kind of slim-ish if you know what you're doing and you've not been completely suicidal or reckless. But starting in South America is where you get all the really cool fast kills, but they're all very, very dangerous and very risky. And if you screw up something, there's a very good chance that you're gonna die. So this is pretty much the part of the run where it starts to get very unforgiving. part of that is because the enemies are kind of stepping up their game. More enemies are going to start spawning with stock. They have more dangerous status effects. Your stats are more compromised. So in general, it starts to get tougher. And luckily, because this is kind of a event run, so to speak, I can safety save along the way. But in an actual run, like, you're not actually saving, like, anywhere. So you can just get owned by random monsters before you can do anything. Because running away, as you can tell, is not foolproof. You can get into run failures. And if you get into too many run failures, especially in the dangerous areas in this game, which are all in South America pretty much, you're just gonna die before you can do anything. So there's Professor Gilbert. We've been chasing him for this entire game so far. Alright, so on to what the, I guess the Aztecs, maybe? Probably not the Aztecs. But apparently, these ruins are operated by color-coded doors. I like to imagine that the real-life Machu Picchu is like this as well. They're just color doors. So you do have to open these doors in a certain pattern to get to the next area. So there's actually like some really nice treasures around here. Like there's a second copy of Entrance that you can pick up. But again, most of them require you to fumble around the doors more than it's worthwhile. So we pretty much just go straight for the exit. So Johnny discovers how to operate doors. Again, going back to the theme of everything stopping Johnny in this game is basically a door. So with that done, we can progress inward. There's actually like 3 save points in this area, which is nice because we can make liberal use of them. Well, you need to go over here to pick up this thing, which is a Seal of Life. I'm also going to do a safety save here. And then another one on our way out. So the biker boys are here too, if you want to buy items. But we should have everything that we need. If you flip the wrong switch, you have to basically do a detour. And the detour, unfortunately, it costs you like 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes or something. So you really, really want to make sure you're hitting the order correctly. So this first one doesn't matter, but the one after the first one, so the second, it's important that you hit the right switch. Also, now that Hilda has the Magic Mind's Eye, we are going to start fishing for random encounters if we get into ones where the turn order is favorable and we have good formations. Because along with the Warlock earrings, those 2 accessories give you a lot of magic power. Because your multiplier is something like 2.4 before weakness. So if we get into a good situation where we can eliminate most of the enemies before they get going, we're going to do that. Fortunately, that's kind of one of the parts in the game where we're a little bit more in the dark about, because we don't know, like, not all the formations in this game, when you've killed them off, will give you stock. And we're primarily doing this not because of levels, but because we can fish for battles that can give us an instant stock replenish, which helps for subsequent battles that you have to do. And unfortunately, we don't know which ones are guaranteed to give you stock and which ones aren't, so that's why I use the term fishing for it. So you're hoping you get into a formation that gives you what you want. All things considered, it's not super common, but it can happen. And sometimes some battles are just too dangerous to really run away from because they got the drop on you, so you might want to fight it out to avoid the chance of getting owned.
Here you go.
So the enemies are too spread out there. And I mentioned Hilda because she's your big damage cannon with the magic, and magic has AoE. Save on our way back out, as I mentioned. Oops. So you flip the switches around, so you open the purple door first, or purple switch before the yellow switch. When you flip this switch, this door won't open. So you have to go back and redo that entire thing all over again. I had to do that during a D-Rust before, because I forgot the order. So preemptives at this point are actually really nice if you get them. Because that's a guarantee formation where you'll surround the enemies. And have a good turn order. But obviously you can't rely on them, so
Alright, let's do
it's a
this.
bit touch and go. Should I? I can't kill the big green blob thing because it has way too much HP. So that accessory, the small jug, it boosts your stats by quite a significant amount. But the downside is that every single turn you have it equipped, you lose a sanity at twice the rate that you normally do. So it's basically great for a character like Hilda because she has so much SP. That she doesn't really mind losing 2 points a turn, but you can't really afford to give that to characters that are low on SP, like Johnny or Shania. And I should kind of specify, Shania has a lot of SP, but if she transforms, her SP pretty much isn't that great, because the transformations take a lot of SP per turn. So we have to flip these switches around. There's another Gale Blast Stellar in this chest that we're about to get to.
The beautiful young heroine takes the stage.
Kind of dangerous, but let's go for it. God damn it. So that gives us the stock that I needed, 50%. So Ricardo ends up short, but Johnny gets a full gauge.
Get ready.
So I think Johnny's at the right level now. Yeah. is nice, because he can, if he dies at any point, you're not guaranteed to get to level 18. If you kept him alive the entire time, fighting one encounter is guaranteed to get him to level 18. Which is nice, because at level 18, he can one-shot the crab-like monsters in this area, which is part of the formation that's coming up. And you can lose a lot of time to these force fights too, just because the turn order is completely random, so sometimes you can take a lot of damage before you can even do anything.
All right, let's do this.
Okay. So 2 of these. See what we get.
Come on.
Okay, this one looks not too terrible. And you really don't need to strike, so I'm not gonna bother going for it. Not required.
Stay tuned for the next episode.
You can guarantee the kill if Johnny's not at the right level by giving him the small jug, but you have to do a little extra menuing, so it's kind of cumbersome. So Nathan returns to the party now. Let's see what we get in the second fight. Second fight is harder because obviously Nathan's not leveled. You don't have as good equipment, so you're just kind of hoping that you don't get juked over by a bad turn order. God damn it. Uh-huh. Ah, of course. Can't hit any of them. Psst, perfect. So that physical looks like you don't really need it because Johnny's gonna one-shot, but it lets Nathan build stock. And if you miss the strike zone, it'll still kill the enemy, so make him do something instead of stand there and do nothing. I'm also picking up these items called Fruity Fibers. So we picked up 2 of them so far. And each one of them, when they're used, because they're only used on Hilda, but it decreases her calorie meter by 25 points. So 4 of them guarantees you to be at the very low end of the scale. And when you hit either the absolute maximum or the absolute minimum, Hilda adopts a mask with the corresponding form. And that mask doubles the stats that she has in the corresponding stat. So in Slim Mask, she has double the magic power. So you can stack the magic multipliers to do like huge damage to enemies.
Punished by the magic of love.
And I need need to do some shuffling here. Do a save here as well, because you can actually lose to this boss. It's actually very dangerous what I'm about to do, but we're gonna go for it anyway, because I'm an idiot. Alright, Poison Man. Let's see what we get.
I'll throw you a kiss of hot land.
Okay, bad.
Here it comes.
Pretty good. Have fun. I'll tie you up nice and
If you hit the strike on that ring, it one-shots the boss. But we didn't do that, because I fucking suck at this game.
pretty good. Have fun. I'll tie you up nice and tight.
Whatever. Got the spare. You really don't want to give that boss a turn. If that boss gets a turn, chances are going to wipe you. Because he does a lot of damage. So he'll always spend the first 3 turns doing double poison and then casting Gale. But because the buffs have fast recharge and he has his bonus boss recharge, you basically only have like a turn and a half to do something before he goes on the offense. And once he goes on the offense, it's very, very scary. You typically don't survive if he does his thing. But if you hit all your ring inputs properly, you one-shot him. So I actually haven't been getting to one-shot in a while now. Always seems to be hitting the dial a little bit earlier than where the strike zone actually is. Alright, we're gonna do more shopping. Hey, yeah, at this point we're not gonna use Shania anymore, so she's officially gone from the party. Almost missed that, which would happen really bad. Then we also need to buy a gun for Nathan, so he's not lugging around something completely useless. Oop. Just gonna do a spot check to make sure I have a good number of talismans. Okay. All right. So Vilcabamba. It's a volcano. So this is actually probably the first fight that you get into. That's a boss fight that has more than one target in it. And in the course of this run, for the most part, we've been casting buffs on Hilda and then having her nuke the opposition. But this boss, because of its support, it's going to throw a bit of a wrench into that. So we finally get to fight Killer, who is one of the villains in the game. And he fights alongside one of the units summoned by Gilbert, called Daros. Now Daros, if he was fought alone, would be a complete wuss. But because he fights with Killer, that instantly makes him ridiculously badass. So whenever you cast a buff in this battle, what will happen is the boss, Daros, will counter by using a arc buff, so it will affect itself as well as Killer. And depending on which buff is cast, it can range from being completely harmless to extremely dangerous. So he can use each of the 6 buffs, and by far the most dangerous thing it can do is counter buff with Arc Rage. So Killer already does enough damage to two-shot your characters by a pretty good margin. So if you cast Arc Rage on him, he gains one-hit KO damage. And because several of his attacks covers a decent area, it means he can hit several people at the same time. Which means he can wipe out several people at the same time when Arc Rage is cast. And as if that wasn't enough, Daros itself also gains one-hit KO damage, and he's fast. So this combined with their speeds and power means that if he casts Arc Rage on you as a counter buff, you basically have like one turn to save yourself, and then all hell will go loose. So the way to kind of get around this that we developed in the newish parts of the route is that you're going to try and hopefully have some stock, because otherwise the strategy doesn't work. But once you do have stock, you're going to hit Daros first. So remember I mentioned very early on that when you hit somebody in a combo, it causes that target to flinch. And when they're flinching, they can't kind of counterattack. And that applies to Daros' counter buffing as well. So if you hit him before doing anything else, and then you start up your combo, he can't counter buff because he'll be in his flinch animation. So because you need 2 characters of stock, one of them has to be Johnny because you want Entrance, but either Ricardo or Nathan can be your third person, and then they'll initiate a combo to Johnny, who will cast Entrance onto Hilda, and then you can blow up Daros before he does anything. And because Daros is so fast and he just loves wasting your time, you want to get rid of him first, even though Killer is the deadlier target. So Killer by himself can still wipe you if you're if he gets going, but if you get rid of Daros, typically speaking, the fight is a lot faster than if you get rid of Killer first. Because Killer, as nasty as he is, he won't counter buff to stop you. So he won't counterattack and waste your combo. But Daros can do all those things, which basically means that if you don't get rid of him first, he will stick around to do all of that, which slows you down. So you really want him out of the picture. Unfortunately, the enemies in this area, there's one particular enemy that, if it gets to go, will always target your stock gauge. So you really don't want to see that enemy. Then there's a couple of other ones that have area of effect attacks that take out stock. So you're not guaranteed to have stock for the boss fight. And if you don't, you go back to old strats, which is riskier because you're forced to at least see one counter buff. You just have to hope it's not the one that screws you over. So this guy, this is the asshole enemy that will always target your stock gauge. Okay, at this point I think I'm just gonna take it, even though it's not the best fight.
Here we go.
So you normally wouldn't fight this. I'll have ran away a long time ago, but to be safe, I'm gonna make sure I have stock. I'm gonna take out the enemies. Really? You can't hit all? Fine. Take them out. It's kind of a waste to make Johnny use stock there, because I can't get it back. But I really want this asshole out of the picture. God damn it, Johnny. Really?
Think of your next.
So, yeah. That enemy's a jerk. The worms can also hit you with Evil Shade, which will take out stock. But they will only do so really if they're combo too, so they're less of a nuisance than the Claw Dude. Claw Dude, meanwhile, can go suck it.
Punishment complete.
Alright. We just have to hold this position now. So yeah, that's kind of why the preemptors are really good at this point if you can get them, but you're not guaranteed to get one. And obviously fighting that other encounter wasn't ideal, but I'd rather be a little bit safer for the boss, because this is one of the nastier boss fights in the game. There's like 4 or 5 really nasty fights in general. Really? Anyways, I'm not going to take that because I don't need the extra stock. I mean, I guess I could theoretically have fought it, but I'm getting Johnny the extra half bar.
All right, let's do this.
Alright, so that's lost switch. So now we have to walk all the way back to the top.
I'll give you a spanking.
Okay, we're in good position. Oh, I stole Divine Bracelet. Okay. I'm gonna be right back because I actually need to use the bathroom, so excuse me. Okay, sorry about that, but I don't want to be thinking about something else when I have to concentrate, because this is actually, like I said, it's a tough fight. There's a good chance that you could die, so cross your fingers that everything goes well.
I can do it. I'll take you out.
Hip hop, take this!
Die, maggot! tremble, right?
Can't take anymore.
That crit.
I'll make your grave here. Here you go. There, see? Go get him.
Oh. Derp.
There, see? Go get him.
I just need him to hit somebody else that's not Johnny. Or Hilda. But can't have that. Oh, there we go. But I don't need it. Okay. Don't really need that either, but that guarantees that I kill him even if I don't hit a strike. So, adios.
Take this! Make sure to watch the next.
Okay. Kind of bad because he kept attacking the people that needed to get turns at the end there, but for the most part, we managed. Altogether, kind of a bad section, but not as bad as Vegas. Okay. Back to this little island. So here's where the route changes a bit, depending on whether or not you took Shania or Nathan as your last party member. So one of the children here, when you talk to them a second time, gives you a stellar chart, which contains pretty much all the stellars that are useful for a third character. So the thing is, you don't talk to this person if you're using Shania, because Shania can't use stellars. You instead have to do fusion menus, which are a little clunkier and they're slower. Do I have the mirror bracelet? Yeah, there we go. And if you have Shania as your fourth in that fight, it's actually easier than if you have Nathan. But because you have to do the fusion menus, I'm not sure it's necessarily faster. The big thing that Shania has over Nathan for that particular fight is that she has the ability to cast a spell called Gathering. And Gathering does exactly what it sounds like. So it will pull all the targets together into one location. And you can combo that attack off, and because it doesn't count as a buff, the arrows won't counter it. So you can use that to pass a turn off to Hilda, who can do a double, and then hit the boss for massive
Fight
damage.
with all you've got.
Oh, come on.
Here you go.
I don't need to strike because I casted Surge, but might as well. Shouldn't get too sloppy at this point.
Stay tuned for the next episode.
So that's a fixed fight, but that one's usually a lot smoother. In this game, you don't really worry about the large enemies, because the large enemies can only combo and double act so many times. You really worry about the small enemies, because if they get the jump on you, they can just pass turns repeatedly. And basically, you can't do anything about it until you die. So the big golems there, never really worry about them. They don't take too much time to get rid of anyway, so. So this cave is blocked by certain tiki statues. The tiki statues have different rules, and kind of similar to Roswell and Alcatraz prison. If you don't know where you're going, this can actually take a while. But because we do know where we're going, it's a pretty short dungeon altogether. Want to avoid fighting those encounters if we can. If we get the jump on one, I'll probably take it for similar reasons as the ones that we took beforehand. So we have a chance of building some stock back. And the next boss compared to Killer is a lot easier. But you can still lose a lot of time if you get unlucky, as we saw. If he keeps picking on the right targets, then you can't really do anything. So if you have stock, you can bypass all that and just quickly pass turns to Hilda and eliminate them before they can do much.
All right, let's do this.
Oh, good. So that's basically everybody going. Which probably means that someone's gonna die. Nice run failures. So there's a Zodiac bracelet in the corner there. And that protects you against paralysis and petrify. So we also got all those extra mirror bracelets from beforehand. And all because of this boss. So this boss has an attack that can petrify you. So we want to be sure that we're blocking it. Oh, of course. Why would I get a turn? So I have to make sure we equip those at the menu, but otherwise, pretty standard fare. This for this, this for this, equip this, and this. You used to also have to move Stellars around, but we don't need to do that anymore. Because all the Stellars are where they should be. So 1 in 4 chance.
Can't take anymore.
Here it goes.
Hip top, take this!
Not hitting a single strike zone to tier 2. It's really, really awful. Ah, come on.
Hang in there.
Now I'm just not hitting anything. And I forgot to swap charts. Great. Ah, of course.
Can't take anymore!
Of course!
Here you go.
Ah, missing everything. It's bad. Bad, bad, bad.
Hip hop, take this!
Hang in there.
Literally missing every ring input possible. God damn it.
Hip hop, take this!
Get it when it doesn't matter.
Are you hooked yet?
Okay. We are actually approaching near the end of the game now. It's 3 more dungeons. One of them is really short. But the next one is really long. And it's also a really awful dungeon. We get to visit the literal salt mines. And hopefully my ring inputs will improve before the end of the game, because that fight was trash. Johnny, please. Stop getting stuck behind bushes. Okay. So this place is a complete nightmare. Because what we want to do actually before the boss, while we're in this dungeon, is we want to build up stock for Johnny. We want him to ideally have 2 bars, so the maximum stock possible. Unfortunately, all the enemies in this area are complete assholes. Every single one of them will basically troll the hell out of you. In particular, there are the clam enemies, where they look like clams, and the only attack they have is they target the stock gauge. They can also appear in packs of 6, so if you can't run away immediately, it's basically rip all your stock. Yep, shit. We don't need the mirror bracelets anymore. So you literally have those for 1 fight, and then you don't need them. So we're gonna sell everything. I used 1 talisman. 2. Buy some replacement men. So those things will make a feature coming up as well. But for now, don't need to worry too much about them. Just know that replacement men are important for this run. So now we have to re-equip with accessories. So we want to put the spikes on Johnny, so he can hold on to his stock. We're gonna give him the we're gonna give Ricardo the body bracelet, and this goes back on you. You can equip this. Whatever. Don't really need anything else, but we're gonna fill up those accessory slots because we can. So the fact that this dungeon's long, and there's so many opportunities to lose stock, is really what makes it awful. Like, it's to the point that even if you get a preemptive in this area, like, I recommend that you should just run. Like, there's no point in fighting, because you're just so likely to not have the stock available to you by the time you get to the boss. And in order to get anywhere in the salt mines, we have to touch these color-coded crystals. And that solves the first puzzle. I still have the Seal of Strength on me, by the way, which I need to use. So I'm going to drop that on Hilda as soon as we get a chance to. Pretty much all our seals are going towards Hilda forever.
I'll give you a spanking.
Excellent. Rip stock. Ow. So, hopefully, we don't get many more bad encounters. There's one run I did where I lost over 2 minutes from bad encounters. Basically, every encounter that I got into in this area, I never got the first turn. Which is amazing, by the way, when that happens.
All right, let's do this.
No, we're getting out of there. So I'm just kind of looking for a good formation I could drop the seal onto Hilda, but so far, nothing. Don't worry though, we got plenty more of the salt mines, so got plenty of time to figure out when to use the seal. Worst comes to worst, one of the things that I've been doing recently is I just use the seals in the boss fights, due to the fact that they have such a fast recharge time. It's not exactly a free action, but like most of the time you can afford to do it.
Let's go.
Okay. This is somewhat acceptable.
Here!
Again, big enemies, not really worried about them. Okay, that should contain a fruity fiber. I'm pretty sure I hit the crystal, but just in case. Yeah, okay. It'll suck to do the puzzle and then not have the door at the top open. Okay.
All right, let's do this.
I'm in a violent mood today.
Alright, the save point here, which we're gonna use just in case we wipe.
Come on.
So, on a good day, we'll get more of those encounters where I get a first turn and can run away. And hopefully just avoid encounters altogether. On a bad day, well, all the enemies get to go. Then you finally get to go, then you waste a gazillion years having to open the menu and heal yourself. Ta-da! That opens up the doorway. So there's a few more rooms, but we're almost at the top. Of course, this means that we still get to deal with more encounters along the way.
I'm not afraid of you.
Oh, good. Ow. There's a Seal of Wisdom in this chest. And unlike the first one, you have a choice of where you want the seal to go.
I'm afraid of you.
One option is to give it to Hilda, as you've always been doing. Another option is you can give it to Johnny. And that primarily depends on kind of where you want the benefit. So giving it to Hilda will benefit you more in the short term, but giving it to Johnny gives you the benefit in the long term. So I personally, of course, prefer to use it on Johnny. But your mileage may vary. Just because Hilda typically already has enough magic to handle the 2 remaining fights that she has to deal with. But you can really use and squeeze out the extra damage with Johnny, because Johnny's offensive stats are not very good. Alright, time for one of these door puzzles. Surprise! Another door Johnny gets stuck with. So you need to hit the switches on the ground to open the door by using the correct lighting as shown on the door. But this is, again, a pretty easy puzzle. So every single time you step on a switch, it activates the switches beside it. And that button will reset the puzzle, but all you have to do is do this, and then you're done. So once we get to the top of this area, we are finally going to use the Fruity Fibers, and Hilda is going to adopt her mask form for this fight. Because this next boss fight has a limit where if you take him down to 50% of his HP, he will cast Gale on himself. And once he casts Gale on himself, it's very, very scary. So we do not want to see it. Yeah, sure, why not? And I'm going to save here just in case. Then we're going to go into the door. So this next area doesn't have a single encounter in it. And we're going to pop those 3D fibers onto Hilda. So, surprise! Killer returns again. And he's nastier this time than he was last time, even though he's by himself. And has tripled the HP almost. And yeah, this is typically what happens. So Killer will get the initiative. And he'll absolutely destroy someone. Because that's what he does. It's also why you want 2 bars, but chances are you won't get 2 bars.
Here we go.
Here you go. Give me strength.
It's kind of a weird position I'm in.
Hip-hop, take this!
I fucked up somewhere, basically. Ah, come on. Missing everything. This is not good. Alright, 25% chance to get owned.
There, see? Go get him.
Another 25% chance to get owned.
I'll make your grave here.
Sick.
Hip-hop, take this!
Rip, Nathan. We barely knew thee.
Are you hooked yet?
Good enough. So, hooray! He's dead a second time. So, at the end of that cutscene, Killer does what he does, and he actually stabs Johnny. But, plot twist, Johnny doesn't die, even though he gets stabbed. So now we're in a flashback sequence. And Johnny recognizes this as his old home, which is not in New York. And I should also talk about how the mask forms, by the way, have a timer. So even though they increase your stats and everything, Hilda can only maintain her mask form for 3 battles. So you have to make sure that in the 3 battles that you're getting into are fights that you absolutely want to have the mask form in. We actually have to do a menu coming up that swaps Hilda out of the party just so we can preserve the mask form for the next boss in the next dungeon. And the way the route is structured, the timing is very, very strict. You absolutely want to use the mask form against the next boss and then immediately turn it into the true form, which is the bat form. Because if you're not in the bat form, then your physicals won't do a lot of damage, you won't have the ability that you need. So you have to use calorie drain to actually get there, and that takes ages. So in the dream sequence, you can actually pick up both a fruity fiber and a angel souffle, which is plus 25, minus 25 to the calorie meter. So you can adjust Hilda's calorie to get to the point that you need it to be at. And that's kind of your last chance to do so, so to speak. So we are off to the Garland residence. And put the... oh, right. Pocket watch is on her, because I sold mine. And you want the pocket watch here, because right as you get into the mansion, there is... oh, shit. Did I just reloaded the save. Fuck. Bad. I gotta do this again. No worries. Maybe this time it won't be a complete clusterfuck. Oh, that's why. Alright, well, luckily I kind of did everything I need to, so hopefully this will be quick, maybe.
The beautiful young heroine takes the stage.
There.
Excellent.
Go get him.
Gets the initiative again.
I'll make your grave here.
Okay, that should one-shot him.
Take this!
And again, as I said earlier before, those accessories and everything that we do, like, you absolutely have to do them, because he has 3600 HP. So that kill is very, very exact. In fact, if I didn't fight the extra random battles to get more experience, it's a survival roll, and you can get like a 35, like 60 or something, in which case you just need somebody else to get a turn and poke him to death. So there's no substituting, like skipping items or anything of that sort. The route is at the point where you pretty much do everything that you absolutely need to at the absolute minimum. So we're gonna do this again. But I'm gonna make a change. I'm actually gonna save. So I don't have to do that mess. God damn it. I think that set me back like 3 or 4 minutes at least. Safety saves. But yeah, one of the things I did the first time that I forgot to do was I left the Cancer Stellar chart on Naton, which is a mistake, but it didn't matter too much. So I need to do some stuff with the Scorpio Stellar as well. I actually didn't notice until I wanted to use Arcture, and then I realized, oh, I don't have it. That would be why. Yeah, so we're going back to Johnny's original mansion. Because he realizes in that flashback that something happened in the past, and he's not exactly sure what. So he wants to go back there. And his butler, Lenny, is basically telling him there's no reason to go back there because it's burned down several years ago. But Johnny insists, so here we are. Okay. God damn it. Watch. Alright. Save. Excellent. We didn't load the data by accident. Okay. Through the door we go. So, this force encounter with fish is like the other force encounters. You can actually die to it. And because it's so late in the game, there's actually a really high chance of you dying to it if you screw up. Or you get a really bad turn order. So, all things that can potentially happen and mess with you. So, hope they don't happen. Because the really sad thing is, if you get, like, a great turn order, like, you instantly win the battle, like, immediately. You know, like this. So now, all of a sudden, you basically beat the fight before they can do much. What a novel concept. Alright, that was good. I've had runs that have died to this point. And when you get killed by fish, you feel bad. Because you didn't even lose to one of the bosses, you just died because turn order was uncooperative. So, I'm going to do that thing I was saying beforehand. And we're going to swap the team around. So this way, Hilda's not in the party anymore, so we can preserve the mass form until the boss. the gimmick of this dungeon is that there are these numbered doors. And you can only pass through certain numbered doors based on the pattern or like the spell they cast on you as you go through the door. And again, similar to many dungeons that we've seen before, like the Ito Cave, Roswell, and Alcatraz Prison. If you actually know where you're going, this is a very, very short dungeon. Like, you typically only get into one encounter in this area. Of course, because you have to lug around a character who's not one of the characters you normally use, and their equipment is out of date and their levels are low, it's quite dangerous, even that single encounter you get into. Okay, so that chest contains a flare brooch that houses the SP cost of transforming, which is useful for a couple of fights. And the corner is a sealed speed, which we're going to use on Johnny when we get the chance to make sure he's faster. So we actually don't know why this place has a bunch of seals in them. And by seals, I'm referring to the numbered doors. But the suspicion is that because there are these monsters floating around, somebody went inside and decided to cast the seals, or the wards rather, so that the enemies or the monsters can't get out. Or it's possible to prevent people like ourselves from tampering with what's hidden. So Hilda is a true speedrunner, because she keeps referring to the notes, which are hidden somewhere. Okay, and that's the last door. So once we get through here, we are going to fight a boss, and then it's the final dungeon time, which is the gate. So if you've stuck around for this long, you'll finally get to see why the gate is a very, very scary place. So you have to slot the heretical tome that we picked up in one of the rooms. And that opens the door to the boss room. So it's unlikely that I will die this boss fight, but like all the other cases, I'm going to save. Make sure to hit save. And this boss has the counter buffing mechanic that we saw with Daros. But there's a catch with this guy. So he can only buff with defensive buffs. And for some reason, if you cast a buff, if you have the first turn, his counter buff will actually set his turn back for some bizarre reason that I don't really get. But because of this, you can actually take advantage of the fact that you can set his turn back and basically get a nice big damage going before he can do much. So make sure we have the right team. Good. Did I pick up some other crap that I could use? No, okay. Getting fuzzy on my menus right now. Just after that catastrophic little accident. So let's see what we get. Do we get a fast fight, or are we stuck with... Okay. Okay, we have a chance. We have a chance to ending this really fast. Nope. I've been missing that ring. I think since the killer fight, which is just amazing. So barrier. Whatever, man. I didn't need the strikes anyway.
Here you go. Here you go. Power of the fierce star.
Hip hop, take this!
Hope that doesn't fuck me over. Okay, good.
Here you go.
I have to be careful with how much damage I'm doing, by the way, because if you knock this boss to his HP is too low, but you don't kill him, he'll use a move called Spirit Ward. And again, that's like the 5th entrance ring I missed. This run is officially shit. And that doesn't matter. It's gonna one-shot him at this point. So, getting the Dark Note upgrade way back in Chitin, it's pretty much guarantees you two-shot this guy.
Getting into pinches.
But you primarily need to worry about Spirit Ward, because what that does is it will eject one of your party members. So if it ejects Hilda, you're pretty screwed unless he has like less than 200 HP left, because then basically all your offense is complete junk if Hilda is ejected from the battle. Which is why you need to be careful with how much damage you're doing. You need to keep count internally. In the ideal situation, it's possible to one-shot that boss before he does literally anything. But you need to have at least one person going first, and then a couple of other people need to have stock so that they can combo to Hilda if necessary. So alright, we are on our way to the last dungeon of the game. But before that, let's have some more plot. So, they discover this weird test tube area in the basement. And they don't really know what it is, but they do find a picture of young Johnny and a little girl and Johnny's dad. So Johnny doesn't remember any of this, and he's convinced that the only person who would know what's going on is our good friend, Roger Bacon. So Roger is a recurring character in the Shadow Heart series. He's also a real-life person, but this character is obviously not the same as the real-life priest. In the Shadow Heart series, Roger is a 700-year-old magician. And basically he's been around long enough that he doesn't really have anything to do. He's just very knowledgeable about things in the world. And otherwise he's a, what's the proper word called? But he exists to, basically read pervy material, because there's nothing in the world that really interests him anymore, and serve as a guide to people in the story. So he explains to us, or rather to Johnny, that even though he's 16, or he thinks he's 16, chronologically, Johnny is actually 21. And to explain it, he tells Johnny to beat him back in the mansion, because he can perform a spell that reveals what happened in the past to Johnny. So that's basically where we're going right now. We are going back into the mansion. And as you can see, Hilda has transformed into a bat. And she'll remain a bat for the rest of the game. So if your timing isn't right, and like you haven't changed the slim mass form at this point, you basically have to try to find a way to convert Hilda back into a bat. And again, if you need to use the calorie drain move, it just takes ages. So at that point, your run is effectively dead. So the timing is very strict. There's a chest in the corner there that contains the Dragon Tail, which is a weapon for Johnny. So even though the end game is still focused on Hilda doing all your damage, we have the magic accessories left over. So we're going to pass those on to our next best mage. And because during the sequence, Johnny discovers that he's actually a reincarnated version of himself, because his dad performed some wizardry that tried to revive both Johnny and his sister Grace, because you discover 5 years ago that Johnny was actually in an accident, and he actually died as a result. So his dad tried to revive both of them. And Johnny is the first case in the entire series of a resurrected person that isn't completely insane, or manages to kind of hold their form for an extended period of time. Because you find out that in order for a person to be revived using the Emigre manuscript, which also is a recurring item in the Shadow Heart series, there needs to be both malice and will. So all the other wizards and, I guess, priests or whatever that tried to perform this ceremony beforehand never actually had a combination of malice and will. It was usually too much malice. So then it was impossible for the body to take on corporeal form. But in Johnny's case, his dad realized this and was able to figure out a way to combine both malice and will together. Which is why Johnny is able to maintain his human form, even though he's technically dead and was resurrected. But you also find out in that cutscene that when he saw that his experiment was working, Johnny's dad actually got so befuddled that he didn't continue on with the experiment. And as a result, only one person in the resurrection was successful. And originally that person was actually his sister. But because Johnny's sister has always watched out for Johnny, she decided to sacrifice her will and give it to Johnny instead. And you discover that actually Lady, who is the main antagonist in this game, is actually Johnny's sister. So even though Johnny realizes that this great big evil that's threatening the world is his sister, he decides to take on his duty and say, okay, we have to stop her, because this is not the real Grace. But before we go into the Dungeon of Doom, where we'll probably die forever, knock on wood, let's get us some accessories that we've been putting off. So first we're going to talk to this guy. This is the Snap guy who told us about the side quest. We're going to get the Demon Earrings from him, which increases our physical attack power. Then, because Hilda's a bat, we're going to be able to get access to Energy Charge. So if you've played Covenant, you know what this move does. It's a self-buff, but it increases the next physical attack by at least 125%. So this maneuver is critical, because if we don't have it, we will not be able to do enough damage to really be able to beat any of the bosses. So this combined with the Mind's Eye and the Demon Earrings allows you to do a lot of damage, and then Key just allows you to maintain those buffs for the 2-3+ attacks that you need to do. Then I'm going to make a stop here. So this is completely optional, but I always do it just because I find that peace of mind, as well as having all the extra money that you have in your inventory. It's a good idea to invest in getting healing supplies. Then we have to buy replacement men, very important. We need at least 4 of these. Bad. Okay, we have 4 exactly. And Can I sell anything? I think I can. I can sell the Dark Angel. And can sell the body bracelet. Sell this. And I'm gonna equip Johnny with his new knife. Then we're gonna sell the old one. Because we don't need it anymore. That'll give me 10 grand. Which is all we need, really. And then I'm gonna upgrade Johnny Stellars, because he's gonna be the primary mage at this point. Still have enough on Scorpio. Good. Change this to a level 2 healing node. Okay. And with that, we are in theory ready to go. So back to Roswell. Roger has prepared a vessel for us to travel to the gate. So during the mid portion of this game, after we tracked down where Gilbert is, we discovered that the villains were actually trying to activate 3 different devices that powers up the gateway for malice to be unleashed onto the world. So you can think about it as kind of like the supernatural horror thing. So they succeeded, we failed, so we instead figured out a way to slow them down, which is why we were in both the Ito Cave as well as the Salt Mines. And having slowed them down and having discovered Johnny's true past, we now decide to go to the gate to stop them forever. So this is the last dungeon in the game. Now normally, you're supposed to go to this area, go back out, do a bunch of side quests before tackling the final boss. But that's slow. So we're going to be tackling the final series of fights, basically 20 levels under what we're supposed to be. So everything from this point on, I usually only have a turn. And after that turn is over, all hell breaks loose. So I have to make sure that we don't mess ourselves up. And I have to swap the accessories over. Johnny Clear Brooch, Cosmic Bracelet, Priest Earrings. Nathan can take one of these things, the Warning Device, Full Face, okay. And he has the Mortal Venom, yes, okay. Then I need to change Stellars, basically. Because Hilda doesn't need any of her stuff anymore. Because she's not going to be doing any casting. So we finally slot that piece on. I'm also going to remove Entrance because Entrance can't be casted by or affect the caster, so it has to go to someone else. Rage, Barrier. Barrier. I need Red Nova on you. Just to make sure that I have everything, because the worst thing is to be stuck with stuff that you didn't realize was equipped incorrectly. I'm also going to change Hilda's ring size, finally. I think that's right. Yeah. Okay. Alright. And we're ready to go. So, everything at this point comes down to what I was saying beforehand. Usually I'll have one turn to save myself. And that turn I basically have to go all out offense. And after that turn is over, the boss will usually kick my ass, because I don't have the durability to outlast them. So hopefully everything goes well, but we'll see. That strike zone is like 1 pixel wide, by the way. It's the hardest strike zone to get in the game, consistently. Okay, good. Only hit one person. Come on! Ah! Missing that ring makes me feel bad. Because it's the ring you do the most often. Alright, here we go. Ring perfect. Get out. So yeah, I buffed up Johnny just in case, because if you're too sloppy on the ring, you won't do enough damage. In addition, if he used Red Crest on a group and it hit Hilda, it will debuff her attack power, and then you're almost guaranteed to never have enough damage. So I can't quite equip the replacement man because I only have 4. But should be okay, I think. Hold on. I'm also gonna de-equip this temporarily. So we're about to fight the scariest random monsters in the game, if you can even consider them random. But we're gonna be dealing with trees. So these trees are by far the meanest trees that I have ever seen. Essentially, if they get the first turn and they're smart, I can't do anything, and then I just die. Because they do lots of magic damage, which is also why we bought armors that were customized to have higher magic defense, and why Nathan has the full face accessory. And basically the goal is to try to kill them quickly by using an energy charge as well. But if they play smart, these things can take a while, because they can just keep killing off people. So Arc Barrier that we picked up back in Vegas does a lot, because it reduces their 2-hit KO damage to 3-hit KO. And in this game, that is really significant. And I have Red Nova there, because I also want to save stock. So if I use Hard Hit requires 50% of my gauge. So that's something I can't afford. Okay. We should be safe, I think. We shall see. Oh god, why? Oh yeah, they have boss recharge times, which means they're super fast. So very scary if you actually let them get going. God damn it. Go for it. Good enough. I can't afford missing that ring though, because that's gonna bite me in the last fight. So I really have to get my shit together. But for now, it's fine. Also, because this is kind of an event type run, I'm actually gonna head back to the save point at the very beginning. Now, normally you would not do this because the amount of time it takes for you to get to the save point and then to the next boss, which is just up ahead, is like about the same distance. But because if I die to the next boss, which actually has a very high chance of occurring, if I don't get the opening that I need, I can even die here actually, because all these assholes get to go. So you basically have a high degree of dying to one of the very many things that you run into. And the next boss is very, very scary. I actually have a clip uploaded when I was learning this game, where the next boss just one-shotted my entire party without me being able to do anything. So even though it's like about the same distance, I'm gonna take the save anyway. So one, we don't have to fight that tree again, because that first tree is a major asshole as well. But also because if I get killed by the next boss before I can do anything, I don't have to redo the fight with the tree.
Come on. Yeah.
Game, please. So Hail Exceed is a ground-only attack. So Hilda will never get hit by it. Which, speaking of, by the way, that is important for the boss fight coming up because Hilda's flying. Alright, so Gilbert, we finally fight him after all the monkeying that he had us running around for. So Gilbert, when he gets a turn, will either do Gathering into Deep Grudge, or he'll do Deep Grudge into Evil Crest. If he does Deep Grudge into Evil Crest and he hits the right targeting, he will one-shot the entire party. So you absolutely want to go first. It's also why I positioned Hilda in the center there, so that it reduces the chances of that happening. So everything I've done to buff Hilda is for this fight. If you equip her with the old style code and you use barrier and you use the seals of life and everything onto Hilda, as well as the seals of power, she'll have just enough magic defense to survive by the skin of her teeth. And of course, as I say that, he targets someone completely different. Because why not? So even with barrier, this attack with Evil Crest will one-shot you. There's nothing you can do about it. This is bad in a couple of ways, because I need to get a turn. And since Johnny is dead, actually, can I raise? I can raise. Let's do that.
Here you go.
Alright, cross your fingers. Here we go. Kinda sloppy. No, can't do a double. I don't know what the brain looks like. Oh boy, this is what it's gonna come down to. Okay, just enough. He has 4,700 HP. Just enough. Literally, if I missed a strike on that, I'll be dead. Fun game. Alright. So Nathan's died like 2 or 3 times now, so he's actually really behind the curve. So cross your fingers that doesn't bite me in the ass. Oh, I should de-equip the Warlock earrings. If you're wondering what all this de-equipping and then re-equipping the earrings is for, it's because when you have the earrings equipped, you take 20% more magic damage. And because the trees are immune to magic, there's no point in equipping them. So you basically only want it for the boss fights. Alright. Equip this. De-equip this. Save, because we don't want to do that Gilbert fight again. That is the scariest fight in the game, because there's literally, like, if he plays his cards right, there is nothing you can do. So, getting the first turn is a big deal.
Come on.
So there's a couple of things we need to do for the remaining trees other than not dying. So after this tree, I'm going to be focused on trying to conserve as much stock as possible, because I need to have at least 1 bar of stock on every character before the final fight.
Let's do this.
So if he decides to basically... Oh, sorry, if these fights don't go well and I don't have the stock that I need, I can't beat the game. The final boss is just gonna destroy me, basically. No 180? Oh, okay. It's unfortunate, but we can try to muster something. Ah, it's not good. I need the 43%. The 30 is not good enough. Ow.
Here we go.
I'm gonna try to go for it though. I don't want to be caught in the infinite. Oh, come on. Wow. God damn it.
Here we go.
Okay. I should have this under control. After that mess. Oh yeah, why not? Nice crit. Bad fight. So those mana seeds I bought way back in Vegas come in handy in this part if the trees repeatedly try to use Mental Breakdown on you. Okay. Preemptive, eh? Didn't give me stock, but I did get some stock out of it by having everybody do something. So not having the Warlock earrings also decreases my ability to one-shot mobs. So I need to kind of pick and choose if I decide to whether or not to fight them. I might not have a choice if I don't get the stock built, because the trees can still kill you here.
Bring it on!
I'm actually playing this maybe a bit too cautiously, because that turn order, the best thing you can do is actually rage and then one shot with energy charge. Okay. Yep. That again, that's how this game usually works. If something goes wrong, you usually have to take like 6 gazillion turns just to get back into a position that you can launch offense. But like I said, the fastest way I could have finished that fight is rage and then energy charge into physical. But
None of you look like you taste good.
oh, and then this can happen. That's really bad. It only kills one person though. Okay, we can make do with this.
Here we go!
Here it comes.
Come on, really? Missing all the strikes when they matter. That's what I was saying. Oh, pfft. Okay.
Bring me a refill, quick.
Or you can crit, sure. Alright. Once I get a bar on Ricardo, we're gonna finish this. So, cross your fingers.
Come on!
Really? Oh my god. This is disastrous. Let's go for an ice sim. Now I just have to get out of the situation I've got myself into. Because I can potentially wipe if I'm not careful. Might be here for a while, actually. Get rid of this asshole. Okay. Can rebuild stock from scratch. And I missed a strike because I'm bad. God damn it. Can I res Ricardo? I can, in theory. Might just be faster to try to take him out though. Okay. Not very good, but not dying is important. Especially after 3 trees. So I have to make it back to the save point, and I'm going to try to farm an encounter. Ah, don't do that. Okay. I have those leaves and seeds on me. I just need a good encounter. Can I get a good encounter? It's the $1,000,000 question. Alright, go get stock out of that.
Time to take a break.
Nope. Gotta find another encounter then. Actually, before I forget, put this back on.
I can do it. I'll take you out.
Really? Why you do this to me? Oh, come on. Of course. Thanks, Nathan. Alright, here's a bar. Okay, someone has stock. Everybody has stock. Okay, run. Okay, time for the final battle after that mess. And yes, it's imperative that I actually have 1 bar of stock on everybody. It's the bare minimum requirement. But because I only have 1 bar of stock on everybody, this is gonna be tight. So hopefully we actually make it and not die. So replacement man. These are the accessories of the hour. I think? Yeah. Replacement man and replacement man. Okay. So this last fight, we're fighting this boss basically much under level than what we're supposed to be at. So she's basically going to destroy everybody when she gets a turn. So you need the replacement man not only to survive for more than like a single round, but you also need the replacement man because when she dies, she'll counterattack with the death counter, which is going to do like 90+% of your HP. Probably kill some weaker party members. So those energy charge physicals I was doing beforehand, I absolutely need to hit strikes. If I don't hit strikes, I might as well reset. There's no point playing it out. So Hilda, if you want to get those crits, now's the time to do it. Not good. Okay, good. So if I didn't kill her in that next series of actions, we are dead. Not yet. Few more seconds. I'll tell you when to hit time. But yeah, get ready. So that counter is why you need to replacement man, because that will basically one-shot everybody in the team. But if you have to replacement man, you can absorb it, and then ta-da! Time. 4:20. So I went over estimate because I self-induced a 5-minute time loss on myself when I reloaded a save instead of saving. So, what a mistake. And then towards the end, just that mess of getting to stock gauge. Because if you don't have 1 bar, that fight's not possible. So, anyways, this is the end of the game. So, we defeat the lady, and everybody goes back to their old lives, basically. So there is a good ending and a bad ending, but in order to get the good ending, you have to do a bunch of other stuff, which includes getting all of Shania's little statues and then having enough soul to power all of them up, so it takes a very long time, which is why true ending is never done. But all that really happens is, in the bad ending, Shania turns evil, and the good ending, she doesn't go evil, so that's the only difference. But otherwise, this is it, yeah. So we can move on to the next game, or if you want. Alright, cool. So remember to spread your wings, because that's the end message of this game when you watch the credits. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed that run. It was a little disastrous at points, but for the most part we managed. So thank you all for joining me, and till next time.
Is it over?
Goodbye, Grace.
That sound. It's from outside the gate.
If we don't hurry back, it could be bad.
Yes, sir.
So what's wrong?
I'm sorry. I was thinking about what I should do now. Revenge has been my only reason for living. So I was thinking maybe I should just stay here.
Don't say that. You'll have time to think about that outside. Come on. Let's go.